Royals baseball on Fox Sports Kansas City is brought to you by your Midwest Ford dealer. By AT, the world's largest 4G network. AT, rethink possible. It was an 88-degree first pitch tonight as the Royals begin the second half with a 10-game homestand in the first three against the first place team, the Chicago White Sox, and the Royals trying to put that 3-8 road trip before the break behind them. The White Sox are beginning a 10-game road trip. Mike Moustakas with one out in the second inning, homer to right, making it a 3-1 game, and then with two outs the Royals got two more runs to tie the game. And while the Royals struggled on that trip through Minnesota, Toronto, and Detroit, Mike Moustakas had 9 hits on the trip. 6 were for extra bases. 2-2. Here's tonight's AT&T Uverse Reverse Replays.
Nice to see Moose get things going, cutting that lead to 3-1. Salvi going the other way on a tough pitch. Alex getting in that third run.
Now Quintana back to strike out Moustakas. Pierzynski's throw makes it official. 3 strikeouts for Quintana. Nice crowd on a Friday night. It is a buck night, so hot dogs, small soft drinks, and peanuts, just a buck each. And then after the game, the fans will enjoy a fireworks spectacular presented by Hy-Vee and Pepsi to break the seal on the second half of the season. Jeff Francoeur going after an unhittable pitch. Strike one. He lined to deep center field in the second inning. No balls, 2 strikes. Did you get the meaning of those signs? Am I missing something?
The only thing I could really get from it was one of them was upside down. I don't know who was supposed to be there. I guess we should be there. She finally got it the right way. No longer upside down.
Francoeur into the left field corner. Fair ball. Home run, and the Royals take the lead for the first time tonight. So he's got a line out to center field tonight, Monty, and a home run to left.
Well, his first at bat, he swings very well. This time, he really makes Quintana pay for this one. Goes down and gets it. That's really actually a pretty decent pitcher's pitch, but that's right in Jeff Francoeur's hot zone.
And that ball's hit well, but Euclid fields and throws him out. 2 down in the 4th inning.
Real good sign here for Jeff Francoeur. Getting the second half started.
Look at Pierzynski. He's going down to a knee to block it.
That ball was going to bounce. I think that ball was going to be in the dirt if he had not put wood on the ball. Nice to see him staying in. He pulled off the ball a lot during the first half, and he stayed in on that pitch, even though it was inside. Stayed in on it, and that's the result.
Well, Francoeur predicted, and we still have a long ways to go, but he said at the end of the first half that he just needed to clear his mind and get away, and that he'd be ready for the second half. His batting average has been better in the second half his entire career, and he's had 2 very good swings against a good pitcher tonight. That's the thing about Francoeur, too. You know, he swings at some pitches, and it's easy to say, why is he swinging at that pitch? You can't do anything with that. But then with a very similar pitch, he hits for a home run.
Yeah, it's amazing. Some guys just are bad ball hitters, and he's one of them. I can tell you as a pitcher, that drives you crazy. You throw a pitch out of the strike zone with intent, and it ends up landing in the left field bleachers.
And this is what confuses fans and broadcasters sometimes, is when a hitter gets whacked around and he says, I thought I made some good pitches. And it doesn't mean that the pitcher believes that giving up a home run was a good pitch, but it just means that he put the ball where he wanted to put it.
Right. I've always felt the key to being successful, you throw balls when you want to throw balls, strikes when you want to throw strikes. Harry throws a ball, Francoeur, intentionally, and it ends up being a home run, so you can't explain it sometimes.
And then the reverse is true, right? I mean, you throw a fastball right down the middle of the plate, and the guy pops out.
Yeah, and that's
make a terrible pitch and he pops out.
Sometimes the pitch is so bad it's good because the hitter sees his pitch in the middle part of the plate and he comes out of his shoes trying to hit the ball 490 feet and he pops it up. But I will say this, a lot more of those bad pitches get hit than the good pitches.
Yeah, I can't think of a pitcher thinking to myself, you know what, I'm going to throw this right down the middle of the plate because he's going to try and muscle up and hit it out and pop out. Now Alex, ball has a lot of topspin on it, so it sinks in front of Rios. Kane will go first to third. Alex has 2 hits tonight. And the Royals, who scored 2 runs with 2 outs in the second, trying to put a 2-out rally together in the fourth.
Alex hits this ball well coming out of the box, maybe thinking 2 right off the get-go. Ball kind of checks up a little bit. Rios able to get it in.
Alex, when the Royals were in Chicago, was just 2 out of 13 in a 3-game series. So they held him down in that series, but tonight he already has 2 hits and he's driven in a run. So Kane at third, Gordon at first. Getting us to Alcides Escobar. He walked in the first inning, grounded into a fielder's choice in the second, and he had a big series against Chicago in May with 6 hits, 3 runs scored, 2 RBIs. Laying down a bunt, Youkilis charges, elects to field it. Escobar is safe, another run scores, and the Royals lead 5-3.
Ryan, with Youkilis playing back behind the bag, didn't even take a great bunt down the third base line. Youkilis elects to field the ball rather than giving it a shot to maybe go foul, and Alcides hustling down the line gets an RBI bunt single. Like he may have been a little in front of the base there too.
And now 2 on for Eric Hosmer. He takes a strike.
He at least ran 89 3/4 feet fast.
It looked like he might have come up a little bit short with that last stride to the bag. But if he did come up short, and we'll get a look right here. That's the advantage of why, or the reason why coaches teach runners that when you're running up the line to hit the front of the bag. It's much easier or much more difficult for an umpire to see if a runner misses the bag when he's aiming for the front. And you get to the bag much quicker when you stride for the front of the bag. Escobar with an RBI with a bunt. That was the second run of the inning. The first was Jeff Francoeur's 8th home run of the year. The Royals lead by 2.
Being in his first All-Star game, especially at home, you know, I want him to get as many bats as he could, and you know, I talked to Wash, told him, you know, don't feel like you have to get me in there. You know, I'm just happy, I'm fine, just where I'm at, just hanging out. You know, 4 days off during the season is huge, and you know, I know how special it was to Billy and to the fans for him to get as many bats as he could.
Joel Goldberg back at Kauffman Stadium. Robinson Cano, he may not have wanted Billy Butler to hit in the home run derby, but Adam Dunn wanted to make sure that Billy got some at-bats in the All-Star game.
Being in his first All-Star game, especially at home, you know, I want him to get as many bats as he could, and you know, I talked to Wash, told him, you know, don't feel like you have to get me in there. You know, I'm just happy, I'm fine, just where I'm at, just hanging out. You know, 4 days off during the season is huge, and you know, I know how special it was to Billy and to the fans for him to get as many bats as he could.
Class act Adam Dunn, really thought of the same way Jeff Francoeur is with the Royals, beloved by everybody in baseball. And guys, I got to tell you, he lockered right next to Billy Butler, and Billy talked about how much he enjoyed hanging around with Adam Dunn. Adam said the same thing back about Billy, and then he said, "Ooh, that boy can talk." He said, "I had to call a couple of 20-second timeouts a few times." But they had a great time, and what a nice gesture on Adam Dunn's part.
Well, just another reason to pull for him, Adam Dunn, especially after what he went through last year. And now an All-Star this year with the White Sox. That was his second appearance in an All-Star game. And Monty, you went to All-Star games, and it seems that the discussions after the All-Star game have very little to do with actually competing in the game. It's all the interaction before the game and during the game. I guess for you, just sitting out with some of the best relievers in the bullpen during the game.
It creates great memories, and you have a chance to talk about things that maybe from a different perspective on how do guys from other teams view your team or guys on your team, and just how different guys are in baseball. And certainly tremendous memories, like you mentioned, maybe not necessarily the game itself, but everything that goes on around the game.
Was there one discussion that stands out that you had in a bullpen during an All-Star game?
Well, I had a chance to sit with Dennis Eckersley during one of the All-Star games and talk with him and just find out what a gentleman he is. He was such a great pitcher, and you almost put him on a pedestal above where you were or anything like that. And to find out he's just as normal and easygoing guy as anyone you'd want to talk to, that was a great memory for me.
So you're saying for the players it's similar to the fans, where you see a great pitcher, and even though you're one of him, I mean, you're a major league pitcher just like he is, that you wonder if he's approachable or not.
Exactly, and almost he had that. We always said that Dennis Eckersley had that cool factor. He was a guy on the mound. He had the hair and everything was just perfect with Dennis Eckersley, and he was perfect on the mound as a pitcher as well. But when you find out that he's just like you, it really is. It was very special. And now that he's in the broadcasting business, had a chance to visit with him when he came through earlier this year, calling some games. So just a real special guy. And again, when you feel like you're on that same level with them during a ball game, even just for 9 innings, again, lifelong memories.
This will be the 100th pitch tonight for Bruce Chen. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Konerko. So Bruce has really pulled it together after a long first inning. He allowed 3 runs. He threw 31 pitches. He had a long second inning, but worked his way around a couple of walks. So 3 scoreless after allowing 3, but he needs to get through this inning to qualify for a win. On average, in the first half, Bruce Chen went 89 pitches per start. This is that time of night where it can be tough to find the ball up in the sky, but Betancourt is on it, 1 down in the 5th inning. On select Thursday nights, you can experience the new KC.com lounge, the nightlife KC.com lounge, located on the Budweiser patio. Tickets just $30. That gets you in the door. 2 beverage vouchers, a private DJ, plush seating, and much more. So come on out and enjoy this unique atmosphere in an exclusive outdoor lounge. And the next game is coming up this Thursday, and that's with the Seattle Mariners in town. Alex Rios is homered, and he is doubled. Bruce jumps ahead, no balls, 2 strikes. So Rios already has 103 hits. To right field, well hit. Francoeur is there. 2 down. In tonight's Sprint You Call It question, who is the most surprising first place team from the first half? Is it the Washington Nationals? They went out and got Gio Gonzalez during the offseason. What a great trade for them. They lead the East by 4. Is it the Pirates? They lead the Central by 1 in the National League. Or is it the White Sox, a 3-game lead over Cleveland in the American League Central? Text 432-432. Enter keyword Royals, followed by a space, and then A, B, or C. What do you think, Monty?
I got to go with C. I didn't really think the White Sox would have a chance to contend with the Detroit Tigers in this division, and they've done a great job of it so far. 9 games over 500 going into tonight's game.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you. I think the biggest surprise from the East isn't the Nationals, it's the Phillies. They are 15 games below 500, so there was an opportunity for 4 other teams, and right now Washington is taking advantage. Remember, Pittsburgh, they had a good run in the first half, and it carried over into the second half, and then that young team faded away. But we saw the Pirates in interleague play and have a good young team, a lot of good young pitching. But Chicago, this is a team that was below 500 last year, and at least on paper didn't seem to have many upgrades during the offseason.
Right, and they're very solid. They've had guys have had comeback type years, and Adam Dunn we've talked about, Alex Rios. He's, just a lot of guys that are contributing. But when you look at the job that Jake Peavy has done, you look at their entire staff here, tonight's pitcher Jose Quintana, they're getting contributions from guys they really didn't expect and guys that no one in baseball expected.
Pierzynski on a 1-2 pitch as his second hit tonight. He's 2 for 3, and now 2 on, 2 out. Dave Island is going to take a trip to the mound as the Royals are getting ready in the bullpen, and now Bruce Chen has thrown 108 pitches.
Bruce Chen got the ball up a little bit again there. Drops down.
And he has tied a season high with 108 pitches. Also had that many way back on April 17th against the Tigers.
Right, I really felt like in the first inning, Bruce Chen pitched into a lot of trouble. Seemed like the ball was up a little bit on him. Oftentimes, the White Sox hitters getting good wood on the ball. In fact, we're going to take a look here. Adam Dunn's home run, ball's up, middle part of the plate. Rios again, middle part of the plate. Seemed like he really kind of got things turned around though when he got Youkilis grounded in that double play ball. And here's Pierzynski as well. Ball's up, gets an out. Now he's got him off balance. Now he's changing speeds much better, getting bat and body going a different direction.
Now Viciedo goes down and golfs it to deep center field. Kane at the wall, and it's gone. The White Sox have their third home run tonight. This is a 3-run home run, and Chicago is back in front. And there you go again. That's similar to the Francoeur home run, where that wasn't really a terrible pitch. Just good hitting by Viciedo.
Viciedo is a bad ball hitter. He goes down and makes the pitch really kind of brings it up. Is all he does. He gets under the ball, elevates it very nicely. Lorenzo Cain may be thinking he's got a shot at, but this ball goes 2 or 3 rows back, it looks like. So no chance of bringing that one back.
Yikes. See that fan out in the seats? Ooh. Chevy call to the bullpen. Kelvin Herrera comes on in the 5th. One swing of the bat by Diane Viciedo really turned around Bruce Chen's night. After giving up 2 home runs and 3 runs in the first, he had the White Sox off balance in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th innings. And with 2 outs here in the 5th, 1 out away from qualifying for a win, Viciedo hits a home run to put the White Sox in front. And now Alexei Ramirez, that's a fair ball into the left field corner. And so he greets Kelvin Herrera with a 2-out double. And Ramirez has a 2-hit night. And for Bruce Chen, that is 3 straight rough starts for him.
Really is. And here Kelvin Herrera making his 41st game coming in. Alexei Ramirez with a double down the left field line. Herrera leads all rookie relievers in games appeared in. Now Bruce Chen, 3rd consecutive outing with 6 earned runs.
And 2 of those not even getting to 5 innings. And he had gotten off to such a great start. Bruce was the victim of very poor run support earlier in the year, but his ERA was very good. He was giving the Royals innings. In fact, in 7 of his first 9 starts, Bruce Chen pitched more than 6 innings. So he was giving the Royals a little bit of everything. And now he's had a bad time in his last 3. And now 4 times in his last 7 he's allowed 6 earned runs or more. Brian Pena trying to cheer him up on the Royals bench.
When you're going through those struggles, you're just looking for something, and hopefully there's nothing physical with Bruce Chen. That's the only thing that's alarming when you see those numbers stand out like that kind of in a row. Oftentimes there's, you're not 100%, and no one's going to be 100% this time of year. Everyone's got some wear and tear on their body and their arm if you're a pitcher, but you just hope you can get through it. And until you find that answer, until you find what it is that gets you back on track, it's always just a mental struggle.
He threw a season-high 113 pitches. Moustakas fields right on the line. That's a foul ball. You know, it's interesting. You have to go back to May 30th, the last time that Bruce had thrown 100 pitches or more, and it was exactly 100 pitches. So he had gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 straight starts with fewer than 100, and then he tried to extend himself to 113 tonight. And as I said, he was 1 out away from giving the Royals a solid, not great, but a solid 5 innings and bouncing back from the 3-run first. 2-2. And now 3 balls, 2 strikes on Beckham.
Right, not only Bruce Jim, but the entire pitching staff, the starting rotation particularly, are looking to get more production out of there, get more innings in the second half, go deeper into games, and really try to take a little bit of the stress off that bullpen, who probably got overworked more than Ned Yost would like to have used them in the first half.
Still 3 balls, 2 strikes. And once you get past Luke Hochevar and Bruce Chen, there really is a big drop-off as far as innings pitched. Bruce with a little bit of a spike, and Luke with a little bit of a spike have a chance to reach 200 innings pitched this year. And Ned Yost and Dayton Moore are saying the past couple of weeks that, going back to the planning in spring training, that they were really going to ride the bullpen for the first half and then hope that the bullpen could pass the baton on to the starting rotation in the second half. But that was before Danny Duffy got hurt and before Felipe Paulino got hurt. Herrera strikes out Beckham to end the inning. White Sox hit another home run, and they lead by 1 to the bottom of the 5th.
Hey, we get used to it. Everywhere we go, we get booed.
Yeah, no, hey, I'm just saying, I wanted to say something to you. That it wasn't me, it was...
I know. Hey, don't worry, I know.
Hey,
I know.
I love you just as much, man. Hey.
Check it out, man.
Hey, yeah, you too, all right? Hey.
Hey, we get used to it. Everywhere we go, we get booed.
Yeah, no, hey, I'm just saying, I wanted to say something to you. That it wasn't me, it was...
I know. Hey, don't worry, I know.
Hey,
I know.
I love you just as much, man. Hey.
Check it out, man.
Hey, yeah, you too, all right? Hey.
Well, a nice gesture on Billy Butler's part. He didn't have to do that, but going up and explaining that he was not behind the chorus of boos that continued for 10 minutes as Robinson Cano batted during the home run derby on Monday.
And Robinson Cano letting Billy know that he gets that everywhere he goes, as all Yankees do.
Well,
not like that, though.
Well, and he doesn't get it. He may get booed as a Yankee, but I don't care where they go. Red Sox fans, they might get on Alex Rodriguez like that. They might get on Derek Jeter like that. But they don't get on Robinson Cano like that.
I thought it would have been very cool if Robinson Cano had gone over to Billy Butler after he made an out, or maybe 5 outs or 9 outs, and given him his bat and let him go up and take a swing.
Oh, would have been a great gesture. It would have been the symbolic olive branch. And if he had done that, that's a great call, Monty. If he had done that, Robinson Cano would have gotten an enormous ovation during the introductions on Tuesday, right?
Absolutely.
Now, I don't know if Billy was warmed up, but I still was holding out hope, even at the end of the last road trip, that Robinson Cano was fooling us in some way, and that he had some trick up his sleeve, and that he was going to go to the plate, or Mark Trumbo was going to go to the plate, and then everything was going to stop, and a helicopter was going to land in center field, and Billy was going to come out with a cape on and bat in hand, but no. But it was fun anyway.
I remember a similar situation in '93, the All-Star game in Baltimore. Mike Mussina was warming up to go in the game, and in his own, his home ballpark, and Cito Gaston didn't put him in the game. He brought in Dwayne Ward to finish out the game, and it was the same thing. It was boo birds for Cito Gaston for not letting Mike Mussina pitch in his home ballpark.
And I'm sure there's a good reason behind every move like that, but if you're going to try and market the All-Star game as something that's for the fans, then you got to take care of the fans.
Then a lot of talk about maybe some rule changes as far as maybe selection for the home run derby and the way you get the home players in those games.
And I think it's borderline insulting when people in the national media have tried to explain why Kansas Cityans and Royals fans behave the way they did. I mean, could you imagine if, oh, let me think. Who would be a slow roller to Konerko, and the White Sox get one out at second base. Who's the biggest Mets rival? The Braves? Let's say Brian McCann was the captain for the National League home run team, and he said in the press conference, absolutely, I'm going to take a member of the New York Mets. And David Wright is having a very good year, not even a great year, just a very good year. And then Brian McCann doesn't select David Wright or somebody with the Mets. How do you think he would be received at Citi Field?
I think it would be much worse than boos.
Well, exactly. But then they would be like, well, that's just the way New Yorkers are. As if, we're little old Kansas City, we're not allowed to behave that way,
We can't show passion.
Yeah. Ball one to Mike Moustakas. Moustakas homer to right. First time up, struck out in the fourth. One and one. One ball, two strikes. Talking to Joel on the field before the game tonight, and he had an idea, which I thought was a good one. He'd just maybe add a couple of more hitters to the home run hitting contest, including somebody from the home team, and then maybe you just go one round. Everybody gets a chance. I mean, that's second round of the home run derby. I mean, I think at that point, it's still exciting if somebody hits one on top of the Royals Hall of Fame or to the back of the Water Spectacular or whatever. But if you could get more guys involved and each guy just has one round, I mean, one round's enough, right?
Absolutely. That's the way it was when it first started, but it just got extended out, I guess, for maybe television's purposes.
2 balls and 2 strikes on Moustakas. We have had 5 home runs in the game tonight. White Sox have hit 3. Their 3 home runs have driven in all 6. The Royals have hit 2 solo home runs. Moustakas in the second, Francoeur in the fourth. Still 2-2. Speaking of Joel, let's check in with him.
All right, Ryan, thank you. We're up here in the upper deck, and I've got Rex Roberts, Adam Kramers, Chase Higgins, and Steve Lunn with me. And 2 of the guys, the ones right next to me, are Kansas City natives. The kids in front of us are from Big Brothers Big Sisters of Kansas City. And what these 4 gentlemen up here are doing is for an organization they formed called Biking for Baseball. They are biking all around the country, as we see Moose going on the swing there, and raising money and funds for an awareness for youth mentoring programs. So let's start off, Adam, with you. Tell us where this started, when this started, and why it started.
Yeah, we started in Seattle, Safeco Field, April 13th for opening day, which was awesome because we've never actually been in Seattle. And then we started all the way down the coast, and now we're 15 stops later in Kansas City. The whole idea is to raise money and awareness for great programs and great kids like this with Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Kansas City, which I know Hosmer is a partner with the Big Brothers and Big Sisters here.
Rex, you guys are biking all over the country every single day here, and tell me where this is going to end, and then you still got a ways to go.
We do definitely still have a ways to go. We actually end September 22nd in Boston, in Fenway. Pretty fitting end, you know, historic, got some poetry to it. And, yeah, it's been quite a journey up to here, but we're only halfway. We still have about 5,000 miles left to go.
Just about 5,000 miles left to go, about 6,500 down so far. They're staying with friends, family, and camping in the middle. Chase, tell me about some of the crazy things, weather that you have had to go through.
Oh my gosh, we've ridden through the desert. We've gone through 2 different floods in Florida. We've gone through the heat, through the Midwest. It's been pretty wild, all the weather we've dealt with.
And I got to tell you that they met Jeff Francoeur tonight, but Steve, tell us what he gave you tonight. But before meeting him tonight, you already found some of his fans on the road.
We did, yeah. There's a bunch of fans on the road. Tonight he gave us a bat. His bat he uses in the game, which is pretty incredible. I was having a great time. I know Rex was too, but for these hometown Royals fans, Adam and Chase, I can't imagine how they felt, you know, growing up Royals fans. So pretty special for us tonight.
Yeah, you said that when you guys were in Oakland, you met the Bacon guys that love Jeff Francoeur, and now as we wrap things up and get ready to head to a break with the pitching change, a chance to see your hometown team.
Yeah. I mean, this is incredible. I mean, when we actually went to the Oakland Coliseum, you know, it's actually O.Co Stadium. We went out to the right field bleachers because we knew the story of Francoeur, and we went out and talked to him, and we're like, "How about Frenchie?" And they loved it. I mean, they were like, he told us the stories about him buying pizzas for him, and it was awesome. So now to meet the Royals players before the game was amazing. I mean, a dream come true. It was awesome. And now we get to bring these kids here, too, for their first game. It's awesome.
No pitching change, so we get to talk a little bit more here and maybe get a little rally going for you, Adam. Now, you guys rode through some nasty rain. Tell me about the storm.
Yeah, I mean, we had 20 inches of rain going through Alabama, Mississippi, and into the panhandle of Florida, which was for over 2 days, which was the first time us Kansas boys especially had ever seen a car underwater. I mean, it was an unbelievable amount of rain over that time, but it's nice for our bikes because we just ride right on through it. The water rides right through our spokes, so we actually made it through all right. And then we went through Tropical Storm Debbie on the east coast of Florida as well, so it's tough.
Guys, good luck with the journey. Biking for Baseball, doing great work for kids all around the country. 6-5 White Sox on top. More baseball coming up from the Cave.
Jose Mijares. White Sox have hit 3 home runs. The Royals have hit 2, and it's 6-5 Chicago as we go to the top of the 6th inning. Ryan Lefebvre with Jeff Montgomery. And Bruce Chen had a rough start to the night. He gave up 3 runs in the first and then really seemed to settle down for 3 innings and then was 1 out away from qualifying for a win, but gave up the 3-run home run.
Right, wasn't able to seal the deal. It's just a situation for him where maybe just out of gas at this stage of the ball game. Made some good pitches in those middle innings, but wasn't able to get qualified for the win.
Kelvin Herrera got the final out of the 5th, and now another Chevy call to the bullpen, and Jose Mijares begins the 6th inning. It is the 4th time through the order for the White Sox. Jose Mijares was a pleasant surprise for the Royals in the first half.
Really was. Found out that he's able to come in and get both right-handers and left-handers out using that primarily the slider. He's got 2 versions of it. Having a nice bounce-back season after his year with the Twins.
And a year with Minnesota last year, which included some time on the disabled list with some left elbow problems. So the Minnesota Twins elected not to re-sign Mijares. He pitched in 58 games with the Twins last year. Pitched as many as 71 games for the Twins. That was 2009. So the Twins' loss is certainly the Royals' gain. He gets De Aza, Youkilis, and Dunn in the 6th inning. And just a little bit below the knees, 2 balls and 1 strike. Back to Mijares. And a good start to the 6th. Trivia time, brought to you by AT. We're the only 2 players to ever lead the American League in home runs, walks, and strikeouts in the same season. Adam Dunn has a chance to do that this year. He leads the league in walks. He leads the league in strikeouts. He entered the game 3rd in the league in home runs with 25. He's now hit his 26. He's still 3rd in the league there. I'm going to say Jim Thome.
That's a good guess. I got to think of some of my contemporaries. Like, I don't think Rob Deere ever led the league in home runs, but he sure led it in strikeouts. Yeah. Juan Gonzalez would be a guy that probably led the league in home runs, would strike out his share.
How about Dave Kingman? Was he a big walk guy? He was a big home run and strikeout guy. And Youkilis walks for the 2nd time tonight, both times on 4 straight pitches.
Another guy comes to mind maybe is Jose Canseco.
Or maybe his teammate Mark McGuire. Adam Dunn has 2 hits, gets him up to 213. Go along with 26 home runs, 63 RBIs. Youkilis has not attempted a stolen base yet this year. Royals stack the right side of the infield. They have 3 infielders in between second and first, and leaving Mike Moustakas all by himself on the left side. Maharis has been exclusively in the American League. Adam Dunn was a National League player until joining the White Sox last year, so he's only seen Maharis once, and he struck out. Down and away, 2 balls, 1 strike. And Maharis a bit upset with himself, and Salvador Perez going to go out and try and calm him down.
Well, he's thrown 11 pitches so far, and 8 have been balls, so he's got an out on one of those strikes, but not as consistently in the strike zone as he wants to be.
And he does hit it to the left side, and it's a long run for Moustakas, but it's out of play. Dunn has hit as many as 46 home runs in a year. That was 0-4 with the Reds. His career high with RBIs is 106. And remember when the Reds thought they were set forever in the outfield? Ken Griffey Jr., Austin Kearns, and Adam Dunn. Three and 2. The injury bug for the most part knocking down Griffey and Kearns. Dunn strikes out. Borderline pitch. Guccione gives it to Maharis. And there are 2 down in the 6th. All right, what do you think, Monty? I'm going to go with Jim Thome as one of them. Yeah, Babe Ruth 4 times.
All pinstripes.
Yeah. Boo. Well, it's only appropriate on Mizzou night that Aaron Crow would make an appearance. And he comes on with Youkilis at first base. 2 down in the 6th inning. Royals trailing the White Sox 6-5. tonight after the game, and the Royals have added a Buck Night. Join us next Friday for Buck Night and Fireworks Friday. Royals and the Minnesota Twins. Hot dogs, peanuts, and soft drinks, just $1. After the game, Friday Night Fireworks presented by Hy-Vee and Pepsi. It is Mizzou night at Kauffman Stadium, and Aaron Crow, the former Missouri Tiger, who is 13-0 as a junior for the Tigers in 2008, drafted that year in the first round by the Washington Nationals, did not sign, was the Royals' first-round pick in 2009, and then made his big league debut last year, becoming the first MU Tiger to appear in a game for the Royals. And that same year, he was an all-star.
I think the second half will be big for Aaron Crow. Remember last year he was really dominant the first half of the season. Second half he had his struggles, and not sure if it was just a matter of overuse in the first half or if he wasn't able to make the adjustments along with the hitters.
You know, he didn't really have a very long minor league career, and one of those years was as a starter. Up the middle, Betancourt can't flag it down, and going to third base is Youkilis. He is out on the tag by Moustakas. So another good play for Lorenzo Cain. Back from the DL, he has scored 2 runs, and he has gunned down a runner. Lorenzo Cain will lead off the bottom of the 6th inning. First game back from the disabled list. And the first man up in our Sonic Slam inning. Our contestant is Larry Means from Liberty, Missouri. And if the Royals hit a home run in this inning, Larry wins $2,400. If the Royals hit a grand slam out of the park, Larry wins $25,000 from Sonic and the Kansas City Royals. Cain has been on twice. He has scored twice. He has driven in a run. And he's our Home Depot defensive play of the game.
Yeah, we're going to see on the Paul Konerko single up the middle. Kevin Youkilis trying to go to third base. Mike Moustakas got something waiting for him there. Third out at third base.
A cardinal sin of base running. And that was with Alex Rios coming up. And Rios had already chipped in with a home run and a double, but now he will lead off the 7th. And a new pitcher for the White Sox, Brian Omagrosso, out of Indiana State, drafted in 2006. Cain pops it up to the left side. And Ramirez makes the play. Cain is out for the first time tonight.
Omagrosso, another one of the White Sox rookie relievers. They only have one reliever in their bullpen, Matt Thornton, who has experience prior to this year. Omogrosso, another rookie, fastball, curveball, changeup, slider guy. Just getting his feet wet in the big leagues.
Alex Horton has 2 hits. He drove in a run in the second inning. White Sox scored 3 in the first against Bruce Chen. The Royals picked him up with 3 in the bottom of the second. And then the Royals took the lead with 2 in the fourth. So a 5-3 lead going into the fifth. And Bruce Chen really recovered nicely after the 3-run first with 3 straight scoreless innings. He was 1 out away from qualifying for the win when he made a pitch down and in and out of the strike zone to Diane Viciedo, who went down and got it and then some and homered to center field. A 3-run home run put the White Sox in front, where they are now 6-5. Right to Ramirez at short, and there are 2 down in the 6th. Alex is 2 for 4. Alcides Escobar, with 2 outs in the 4th inning, dropped down a beautiful bunt up the third base side, and in doing so drove in a run. Also been on base with a walk. 1 for 2. He has added a point to his batting average. He is at .308. Hard slider down and away, makes it 1 ball, 1 strike. Two and 1. Three balls, 1 strike. Hosmer is on deck.
Brian Omogrosso has a very unusual leg kick. A lot of times you'll see the pitcher bend his leg. You notice here how he almost kicks his straight up. Reminds me a lot of a guy I played with named Rob Dibble. He's got that real straight leg kick. Ball, or the foot goes up, head level. Brian Omogrosso has issues at times with command, and I can see why.
Bronson Arroyo, pitcher with the Reds.
Yes.
Very similar with that leg kick. Right center field. Rios is calling for it. And Omogrosso out of the bullpen gets the Royals in order. And we head to the 7th inning in a 1-run game. Royals baseball is brought to you by Panera Bread. Now at 24 KC Metro locations. Visit us online at PaneraKansas.com. By Thoroughbred Ford, the best deals on new Fords are at thoroughbredford.com. And by AT Uverse, the new wireless receiver from AT Uverse. Visit att.com/freeyourtv. Well, there you go. Now, would that be the Missouri capital or the nation's capital? We'll assume that on Mizzou night it was from Jefferson City. Come over and watch the Royals, and the former MU Tiger Aaron Crow is in the game. Alex Rios, who has a home run and a double already tonight, will fly out to deep left field, so he's 2 for 4. And both of his outs have been deep to the outfield.
So we're going to see him in the first inning. Get things going for the White Sox with a home run. Next bat in the third inning, he's going to go for a little double. It's been a big key for the White Sox all year long.
Fouled away by A.J. Pierzynski. Good year at the plate, adding a .289, 16 home runs in the first half. Working on his 11th straight season of catching at least 1,000 innings. He is the only active catcher who is even close to that. He was behind the plate for Phil Umber's perfect game in Seattle. Second time he's been behind the plate for a no-hitter. He was back there when Mark Burley threw a no-hitter in 2007. Always seems to do well against the Royals. But when the Royals were in Chicago in May, he was 0 for 7. The Royals took 2 out of 3 in that series. The White Sox have had a bad time here. They have lost 14 of their last 20 games at Kauffman Stadium. They haven't won a series here since 2009. And they have a 1-run lead in the 7th inning tonight, and Aaron Crow strikes him out. Looked like he went with a changeup.
Yeah, some bottom dropped out of something. Another good sign for Aaron Crow coming in. He's oftentimes had difficulty in the second inning of work, so it's nice to see him get things going here in this inning with 2 quick outs.
Well, he's got the arm and he's got the stamina because he's a former starter. So what do you think goes wrong in the second inning, or what changes for him, if you had to guess?
I think when a lot of times when he's come in, it's been a situation where he's needed a big strikeout, and he really kind of goes to his core pitches. His sliders is his best pitch. He goes to that slider frequently, and I think at times he maybe gets behind batters and gets in more hitters counts that second time up because there's not a situation that creates that urgency.
Deep short, Escobar throws from the grass. Hosmer helps him out. Stretch time at Kauffman Stadium. Royals down by 1 to the White Sox. This Missouri Moment is brought to you by the Missouri Division of Tourism. Go to visitmo.com to start planning your next Missouri getaway. And you're seeing images of the Kemper Museum of Contemporary Art, located in Kansas City. The Kemper Museum boasts a growing permanent collection of modern and contemporary art. At the core of the permanent collection is the Crosby Kemper collection, a gift by the museum's donors. R. Crosby Kemper and his wife. The Kemper Foundation's also a donor to the Kemper Museum. All galleries are free of charge and open to the general public. .65 White Sox. Right now the difference is Diane Viciedo, 3-run home run in the 5th. White Sox have homered 3 times, the Royals twice. And now the veteran Matt Thornton hitting the Royals in the bottom of the 7th with Hosmer, Butler, and Betancourt coming up.
Well, Matt Thornton's a guy that they've given opportunities to close games out, so he's got really good stuff. Has really struggled in that role as a closer, so he's back in that familiar setup role here. Good fastball, mid to upper 90s fastball. Really good slider, especially left-handers.
White Sox bullpen has a combined 19 saves and a combined 12 blown saves. 0-2 on Hosmer. He is 0 for 3 so far. Hosmer is 1 out of 6 against Thornton. When the Royals were in Chicago in May, it was a series that really came down to the work of the bullpens. The Royals took 2 out of 3, and their bullpen was just simply better than Chicago's. White Sox had a bad time with their relievers. Hosmer strikes out. Royals bullpen in that 3-game series pitched 12 2/3 innings, gave up 1 earned run. The White Sox bullpen went 9 1/3 innings, and they allowed 12 earned runs. Billy Butler struck out his first 2 times up and then walked in the 5th. Royals scored all 5 against Jose Quintana, who has qualified for a win. He hasn't lost in over a month. And a strike to Billy Butler. And a base hit to right field with 1 out. Rios wanted to come up throwing, but first of all, he didn't have a play. And number 2, Paul Konerko was not ready to receive a throw. So Billy has his first hit after the All-Star break, and the Royals have the tying run on with 1 out.
Billy getting things going here. Bottom of the 7th, little 1 out base runner. Hopefully we can move him over and get him in.
And now Yuniesky Betancourt, who was the Royals RBI man in the month of June, drove in 24 that month. So far tonight he is 0 for 3. And 0 for 2 in the past against Thornton. Stroke to left field. The Royals have 2 on with 1 out.
Yuniesky Betancourt, nice job of keeping things going. You saw his head just stay so still, doesn't move.
interesting watching that slow motion replay that right after he made contact, his top hand basically came off the bat. So his follow through was with really just one hand. Normally that top hand will come off the bat a lot later into the swing, but
right.
It was almost immediately after contact.
Right. A lot of times you're going to see the top hand kind of turn over. Looks like that one vibrated off the bat.
Yeah.
Hit it down a little close to the hands.
Broken bat, double play, inning over. 6-5 White Sox to the 8th.
Okay. Joel Goldberg back at Kauffman Stadium, where we have a big crowd for Friday Night Baseball. Panera takes us around the league. Doug Fister, strong performance on the mound, and Miguel Cabrera goes deep for his 19th. Yankees beat the Angels 6-5, pair of homers from Mark Teixeira. Justin Masterson, 7 shutout innings for Cleveland, 1-0. They beat Toronto. Big Papi with his 23rd home run, 3-1. Boston defeats Tampa Bay. Oakland and Minnesota late in that one. Pair of home runs for Josh Willingham, 20 and 21. And Texas and Seattle just underway. Derek Holland on the hill. And speaking of Holland, here's Ryan Lefebvre with the Royals Holland.
All right, thank you, Joel. Greg Holland in the first half, 3.94 earned run average. Big strikeouts like he had last year. But last year, Monty, his ERA in the first half was 1.08.
Microscopic. He dealt with the scapula injury, I believe it was, is that is a bone or a bruised bone, I guess, up below the scapula in his throwing side. So had to deal with a little injury early in the season, but he's really come back nicely.
Alexei Ramirez has hit in 7 straight. Tonight he has a double, a single, and a stolen base when he was somehow able to get around a tag at second base after the throw by Perez beat him by quite a wide margin. White Sox with 3 in the first. The Royals tied it in the second with 3, added 2 in the fourth for a 2-run lead, and then Chicago got a 3-run home run from Viciedo in the fifth with 2 on to regain the lead. White Sox have hit 3 home runs. The Royals have hit 2. Royals are home for 10 to begin the second half. 3 with Chicago, 4 with Seattle, and then 3 with Minnesota. 2-2. Got him. Been a big strikeout night for the Royals. That is 9 combined for Chen, Herrera, Maharis, Crow, and now Holland.
Good to see Greg Holland start off the second half with that signature slider. Getting Ramirez on the strikeout here. I know all the Royals relievers were glad to have 4 days off. I saw Jonathan Broxton throwing out in the bullpen earlier today just to kind of get a feel for the mound. He said he hadn't been on the pitcher's mound for 8 days.
Gordon Beckham is 0 for 2. He walked in the second inning. And now down, no balls, 2 strikes. Bruce Chan went 4 2/3. Herrera got the final out of the 5th. Maharis 2/3 of an inning. Aaron Crow 1 inning. And now Holland. And to center field, Lorenzo Cain, back from the disabled list, makes the play, 2 down. Remember, if you're out of our viewing area during the summer, you can take the Royals with you. Just subscribe to MLB.tv. and you'll see every Royals out-of-market game live online and on your favorite devices in HD quality. Just visit Royals.com to order and get more details. MLB.tv, baseball everywhere. And now Alejandro De Aza, 0 for 3 with a walk. Ball 1. Talking earlier about De Aza and some bad luck injuries early in his career. Broken right ankle in 2007. He had started his big league career with an 8-game hitting streak, and then he broke his left ankle in spring training of 2008 in the final week after an outfield collision with a teammate. He was going to at least platoon that year in center field for the Marlins. So he's had to wait a while for this shot, and now 4 years later, an opening in center field and at the top of the batting order for a contending team, no less. One and two.
I think the biggest thing that they were searching for from him, and they've gotten it, is just consistency. He's been a guy that's been out there, been in the lineup, and he's been consistent. He's been a solid performer throughout the entire first half of the year.
That's right where Perez wanted it. He wanted that pitch down and in, and that's exactly where Holland put it.
Again, the bottom just dropping out of that. Sometimes it's hard to tell if it's a slider or his splitter. He's got 2 pitches that both go down hard like that, but both get similar action and similar results.
On the ground to Escobar. Catches it in the heel of the glove, but throws out De Aza. To the bottom of the 8th. Royals still down by 1. 65. Royals down by 1 to the bottom of the 8th inning. Jeff Francoeur will lead off, and as promised earlier, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Well, Frenchie's hit the ball hard every time up. Didn't get a hit on his first at bat, but hits a solo home run in the 4th inning in his second at bat, and then he goes the other way later on with a base hit to right field. So a good sign to see out of Jeff Francoeur to start off the second half.
Now the Royals will face right-hander Nate Jones.
Nate Jones is a hard thrower, Ryan. He throws similar to a Kelvin Herrera from the Royals. Got that upper 90s, occasionally hit 100 on the gun with his fastball, but his signature pitch is the curveball. It's got a yellow hammer. Got the 12-6 curveball.
Very interesting arm motion. The way it just extends his arm out, almost looks like a javelin thrower. Off the plate, and Ramirez able to come in and get the big hop, and Francoeur is out number 1. Jones, a reliever out of the White Sox system. They drafted him in 07 out of Northern Kentucky University, and one of, it seems, hundreds if not thousands of examples of a pitcher that was doing just okay as a starter, but then a move to the bullpen really helped him thrive. He was a starter until last year, and by moving to the bullpen, that got him to the big leagues. We have a couple of guys at the plate right here, Monty. I want to get your perspective as a pitcher. These are two guys that you hear a lot of pitchers like throwing to them, and I've wondered, you know, catchers are trying to be so careful behind home plate. They don't want to give away the location, that oftentimes if they're going to set up inside or outside, the move to that position is very late. And I wondered if it's hard for the pitcher to pick up the target. But Pierzynski and the guy standing at the plate, Salvador Perez, very intentional about getting out there and just holding the target out for the pitcher to see.
Well, they leave no doubt on where they want the ball to be. They will really get out there. Here he's really setting up off the plate. Still gets the out. I had a difficult time with that, Ryan. I was more of a guy that liked to see it more middle away or middle in, and I would let the ball do the work. I really didn't want to try to throw it at the glove and have the ball move off the plate and be a ball. So I had the catcher set up more in the middle part of the plate for me.
Okay. But even, I mean, Perez down on strikes. Even, you know, even Pierzynski, his body isn't moving much, but, and this is not a criticism. I mean, this guy is one of the elite guys as far as not only his ability, but the innings caught every year. But he just, the gloves just kind of loosey-goosey flipping around, and at the last moment he puts the target, where Perez, it's almost like kids are taught in Little League. I mean, just put that target out there and hold it for the pitcher.
Another thing you'll see with Salvador Perez is if he wants to pitch away, say, for example, to a right-handed batter here, if he was going to throw the ball away to Kane, for example, he might kind of clap his hands on the inside part of the plate and then move to the outside part of the plate with his glove, as not to give up through sound where he's setting up. In other words, he doesn't want the batter to know that he's going to set up away, so he's going to be making a little bit of noise on the inside part of the plate and really try to deceive him into thinking he's coming inside.
Kane, in his first game back from the disabled list, has reached twice, scored twice. He's also driven in a run, and he's thrown out a runner. 2-1 against Nate Jones. Jones is the fourth White Sox pitcher tonight. Quintana went 5, Omagrosso 1, Thornton 1, and now it's 2-2 on Lorenzo Cain. Collins in the ninth if the Royals are down by 1. Broxton if the Royals take the lead. 3-2. We've been talking the past week quite a bit about Alcides Escobar batting second and making that move recently. The Royals were pointing toward Lorenzo Cain to be their number 2 hitter. The way he played in spring training. De Aza missed the short hop. Cain is going to try for 2, and he slides in. We'll see how they score it. If it's a single and an air or a double, either way, it is the tying run at second base with 2 down. It's a double for Cain.
Even though Lorenzo Cain did not hit this ball well, it's down on the end of the bat. He gets going pretty quick out of the bat. Sees a little misplay here in center field. Stretches it out to second base.
He got kicked by Gordon Beckham as he was handling that throw from center field. Got kicked in the side of the face. But with everything Lorenzo's gone through this year, Beckham would have to kick all of his teeth out for him to come out of the game.
We'll see the finish of this play. These spikes are metal too.
Don Cooper, longtime White Sox pitching coach, out to have a visit with Jones, who will stay on to face Alex Gordon. 2 hits for Alex tonight and an RBI. Don Cooper, a holdover from the Ozzie Guillen era. Way inside for ball 1. One ball, 1 strike. Alex has only 1 at bat against Nate Jones, so he hasn't seen much of him. Jones has allowed 3 home runs this year in 39 innings. 2-1. Pierzynski pointing out to Jones, even though it wasn't called a strike. That's exactly where he wanted the pitch. Three balls, 1 strike. Escobar's on deck.
Even though Alex Gordon is the go-ahead run, I'm sure Jones is going to be a little careful in this situation. He's not going to give in to him with first base open.
Alex walks. Tying run at second, go-ahead run at first. And now it'll be Jones and Escobar.
Got to believe Alcides Escobar is going to be going to the plate looking for a first pitch fastball from Nate Jones. Throws hard, but got to be geared up for that fastball.
2 home runs this year for Escobar, but 21 doubles, already tying his career high. And at 98 miles an hour, strike 1 from Nate Jones. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, remember all those games last year when Ned Yost in a situation like this would leave a struggling Alcides Escobar in the game so that he would learn what he needed to do, what he needed to avoid in situations like this. Pounds it foul at the plate, and that foul ball came up and got Escobar. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
You're right, he did live with him, and now he's leading the Royals in batting average with a .307 clip coming into today's game.
Royals have not scored since they got 2 in the 4th. Staying alive at 1 ball, 2 strikes. And when they scored those 2 runs in the 4th, they had a 5-3 lead. And the White Sox hit their 3rd home run of the night, a 3-run shot by Viciedo to go in front 6-5. And that's where we are in the bottom of the 8th. With 2 outs and nobody on, Kane doubled. And then Gordon walked. Line to right center field. Kane scores. Gordon around 3rd. He scores. Escobar has a triple, and the Royals lead in the 8th inning.
Just a great piece of hitting from Alcides Escobar, going the other way. Power pitcher, gets a pitch up in the strike zone. Able to hit it in that right center field gap. Had some speed on the bases, able to score both runs. Alcides Escobar with his 3rd triple of the season.
Royals have a 7-6 lead. They've scored 5 runs tonight with 2 outs. That's right, Alcides. This coming with 2 outs and nobody on in the 8th inning. A double, a walk, a 2-run triple. Another pitching change for the White Sox. Royals lead by 1.
Oh yeah, 52.
Well, a good start to the inning for Nate Jones with 2 outs and nobody on. 1 out away from sending this game into the 9th with the White Sox in front. But Kane doubled. Gordon walked. Escobar hit a 2-run triple and another base hit to the opposite field for him. He's driven in 3 tonight. All of his RBIs with 2 outs. And now Hosmer pulls it foul to the right side, facing lefty Layson Septimo.
Well, Septimo is a guy that they're going to bring in just for one batter normally. Get that specialist. He's a lefty specialist for that one left-handed batter.
Very high, 95 miles an hour. A former position player in the Diamondback system, became a pitcher after the 2007 season. Still 1-2. Hosmer 0 for 4 tonight. Royals' production tonight has come from the very top and the very bottom of the batting order. Royals 3, 4, 5 hitters tonight have chipped in a couple of singles, but Alex Gordon has 3 hits, a run scored, an RBI. Alcides Escobar 2 hits, or Gordon has 2 hits, a run scored and an RBI. Escobar, the number 2 hitter, has driven in 3. Lorenzo Cain, the number 9 hitter, has scored 3 runs. Hosmer strikes out. We go to the 9th. It'll be Youkilis, Dunn, and Konerko to face Jonathan Broxton.
Immediately after the game on Boulevard Royals Live, we'll talk about some of those big 2-out hits and Alcides Escobar, the triple. Lorenzo Cain's home debut this year after being out 78 games. And we will get you ready for game 2 of this 3-game set. Jake Peavy tomorrow night, the All-Star taking on Luke Hochevar here. Coverage beginning at 5:30 on Fox Sports Kansas City. Ryan should pass on real quickly that Kyle Zimmer, the first-round pick for the Royals, made his pro debut tonight. 2 innings, 3 strikeouts. More importantly right now, Jonathan Broxton on the hill.
All right, thank you, Joel. And Broxton will get Kevin Youkilis, the number 2 hitter, followed by Adam Dunn and Paul Konerko. 21 saves in the first half for Broxton. Only 3 blown saves. And the Royals bullpen only had a combined 9 blown saves in the first half, with 22 converted saves. Youkilis 0 for 2 so far tonight. He does have 2 walks, and he has scored a run. And Broxton is in with strike 1.
Broxton got the 2, 3, 4 batters in the White Sox lineup, so he's going to have to earn everything he gets tonight in a 1-run game.
And he grounds it into right center field. So Youkilis has his first hit tonight. He's hit in 8 straight. Jonathan Broxton with his 21 saves, 8 of those have come where he has allowed 2 or more base runners.
So this is not uncharted waters for Jonathan Broxton this year. We're used to seeing this. It'll be interesting to see how the White Sox and Robin Ventura play with part of the lineup coming up. 3 solid guys with Dunn, Konerko, and Rios.
That base hit for Youkilis was in his first ever at bat against Broxton. Adam Dunn has seen Broxton 6 times, and he's 0 for 3 with 3 walks. Two balls and no strikes.
I mentioned earlier that Broxton was throwing out in the bullpen, did a little bullpen session probably at about 4 o'clock this afternoon before batting practice. And that was a little concerning when he told me he hadn't been on a mound for 8 days. That's a long time not to be on a mound.
And now 3 balls, no strikes. I would imagine the 8 days means that your arm's going to feel good. It's going to feel strong. But what do you lose after not being on the mound for 8 days?
Well, just the sharpness that you need to execute the pitches and be on the bottom part of the strike zone, because when your arm feels very strong, oftentimes the ball will have a tendency to get up in the strike zone because you feel strong, you feel like you can throw harder, and as a result of that, things oftentimes are left in the middle to upper part of the strike zone.
Well, here we go. 2 on, nobody out. And in the final tally of our Sprint You Call It question for tonight, 59% think the most surprising first place team of the year would be the Pittsburgh Pirates. White Sox only getting 17%. And now White Sox are going to send out a pinch runner, Orlando Hudson. He represents the go-ahead run, so he'll run for Adam Dunn. And now with 2 on, nobody out, it's Paul Konerko. A quiet night so far, 1 for 4 with a single. The Royals have struck him out twice.
Paul Konerko still has really good numbers, but he was on fire early in the year, hitting almost 400, hitting at 399 in late May. So his averages have really dropped down since late May.
Broxton did not have a save when the Royals took 2 out of 3 in Chicago in May. That's because the Royals' 2 wins were 5-0 and 9-1. So Konerko has not seen Broxton, at least not in a regular season game. Youkilis has singled. Dunn has walked. 2 on, nobody out. Royals just got 2 in the 8th to take the lead. And now 2 balls and no strikes. All right, Broxton's been around. I mean, he should know this situation chapter and verse. But what does he want to hear, if anything, from Salvador Perez?
I wouldn't be surprised if Salvador Perez does to go out and say, let's mix in a breaking ball here, because if you get stuck on that fastball, you're missing fastball, fastball, fastball. A lot of times a breaking ball can kind of get you back into your mechanics, get you back into your count.
He didn't get the call. So 3-0.
A couple of borderline pitches here. could have gotten easily 2 of those called strikes. Doesn't matter who you are, when you're struggling for command, the umpire's going to make you throw a strike.
A strike.
A strike. No doubter strike.
Bases loaded, nobody out, and now Broxton has missed with 8 straight pitches. Well, it doesn't matter if it's Broxton or Joaquin Soria or Jeff Montgomery. We all love the 3-up, 3-down save. Broxton has had 5 of those. He has had 7 saves where 1 runner has reached, and then I mentioned 8 where 2 or more runners have reached.
Sometimes you have to do it the hard way, and certainly this is going to be a very, very difficult jam to get out of with a 1-run lead.
Rios homered in the first, doubled in the third. His 2 outs have been flyouts deep to the outfield. He has 1 at bat against Broxton, and he struck out. A single and 2 walks for the White Sox in the 9th. Oh and 1.
Well, right, it looks like the Royals are going to give up a run if a ball's hit anywhere but the corners. Are going to go for a double play ball up the middle. Best thing you could have for Jonathan Broxton here, aside from a strikeout, is maybe a ground ball right back to him, a 1-2-3 double play.
Did he go?
Tim Cheetah didn't think so.
I guess not worth even putting your arms up to your sides. That's not very helpful to the fans that are in the upper deck tonight. But oh well. They never include me on those meetings. Two balls and 1 strike. Well, that was the slider, and I know he didn't want to miss up and in with that pitch. That was probably supposed to be down and away.
That's right. The pitch should have finished either on the plate, down in the zone, or just off the plate.
Popped up, very shallow center field. Youkilis is not a fast runner. He will tag and he will hold.
Nice shot by Broxton, getting the shallow fly ball to Lorenzo Cain. Got a real nice arm.
Well, the scary thing would have been if he continued down the line the way that ball flipped out of Hosmer's glove.
Absolutely.
So bases loaded, 1 out, and now it's Broxton and A.J. Pierzynski. Pierzynski has not faced Jonathan Broxton against the Royals tonight. 2 singles and a run scored. White Sox trying to rain on the Royals party for the 2nd time tonight. The Royals scored 2 in the 4th and had a 5-3 lead, but in the next half inning the White Sox got 3. Now the Royals scored 2 in the bottom of the 8th to take the lead, and the White Sox have the bases loaded in the 9th. And Pierzynski fouls away the first pitch.
Got to be thinking ground ball right here, looking for that double play.
Pierzynski, you figure, would be a prime double play candidate, but so far he has only grounded into 4. And a base hit into right field. Hudson's going to be waved home. He's going to test Francoeur. And Perez got him at the plate. White Sox are going to argue it. Ventura is out of the dugout. Pierzynski is screaming from first base. And an excellent athletic play by Salvador Perez. Game is tied at 7.
I was a little surprised when they tried to get this run across. Salvador Perez comes back. I'm not sure Chris Guccione didn't say he slid over the plate.
Boy, it's tough to see there. I mean, maybe got the edge of the plate.
Salvi may have gotten away with one right there.
I guess my question would be, Monty, is why is Orlando Hudson sliding to that side of the plate when the throw was over there? I mean, if he slides to the outside part of the plate. But he actually appeared to be helping out Perez. Ground ball to Betancourt. It's a blown save, but it could have been a lot worse. White Sox get 1 in the top of the 9th. Now the Royals have Butler, Betancourt, and Moustakas in the bottom of the 9th. White Sox get 1 in the top of the 9th inning, so we go to the bottom of the 9th, tied at 7. Tonight's copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Kansas City Royals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Kansas City Royals Baseball Corporation. Ryan Lefevre with Jeff Montgomery, Joel Goldberg at Kauffman Stadium, along with 32,744. With director Steve Kurtenbach, producer Joe Libero, associate producers Al Broughton, Sam Abramson. Our producer of Royals Live is TJ McGinnis. And the rest of our great Fox Sports Kansas City crew. It'll be great to work with them throughout this 10-game homestand. One and one on Billy Butler. Singled in the 7th, walked in the 5th. Facing Layson Septimo, who got the final out of the 8th. Back to Septimo. Not an easy play. Throws it away. Run, Billy, run.
Ryan, you could tell when Septimo was going a lot of momentum toward the third base dugout. It was going to be a tough play. Didn't get a good grip and throws a scud down the right field line.
So Billy hustling up the line. He gets to second base and now replaced with great speed and Gerard Dyson. So Dyson's going to lose out on some playing time with Kane coming back, but boy, the Royals have a great weapon in situations like this to bring him in off the bench. And now it'll be Betancourt. Uni 1 for 4 tonight. 21 RBIs in his last 19 games. That's swinging the bat. He's only laid down one sacrifice bunt so far. The White Sox are ready for a bunt. They have the corners in on the edge of the grass. Dyson bouncing around trying to distract Septimo, and he made a pretty good throw to Ramirez, but Dyson is back in safely.
We saw Gerard Dyson disrupt a lot of baseball last year when he was put in situations like this, using those wheels, that speed to his advantage.
Now Betancourt doesn't have huge power, but the White Sox are betting here, Monty, on a ground ball base hit and a play at the plate. I mean, they are extremely shallow. Anything to a gap or deep to the outfield is going to be a tough play for all three outfielders. Way outside, ball one.
With the outfield playing shallow, Gerard Dyson, very important for him to get a good secondary lead. Make sure that if there's a ball through, he's going to have a great chance to score.
Center field, shallow. Dyson has to hurry up. He is safe at second base. Woo. Well, we noticed that the outfield was shallow, but when that ball was hit, Gerard did not react like the outfield was shallow.
Yeah, I think he thought it was going to be a bloop single. Ball going to drop in.
Moustakas against Quintana in the second inning, homer to right. A lefty, and now facing a lefty here in Septimo. Dyson out at second base.
Gerard Dyson was going to attempt to steal third base. The inside move from Septimo gets him off guard.
It looked like he tagged him.
Looked like he may have missed the tag. The ball definitely beat him there, though.
Oh, and 1 on Moustakas.
There's a good chance that inside move that Septimo just executed perfectly right there came from the bench.
0-2 on Moustakas.
Just thinking that maybe he's going to be going right there.
Royals had the winning run at second base with nobody out and failed to score. So we will play extra innings tonight, tied at 7. Extra innings presented by Jack Link's beef jerky. Jack Link's all summer long. Tied at 7 in the 9th inning, and a couple of important outs on the bases. White Sox tied it with a run in the top of the 9th inning, as Lewis Coleman will take over in the 10th. We're hoping for 2, but Orlando Hudson, a pinch runner, was thrown out at the plate on a throw by Jeff Francoeur with a very curious slide. The throw was to the first base side of the plate, and that's exactly where Hudson slid into home plate.
He did, and Salvador Perez does a nice job coming back. Very difficult to tell if he was able to get the tag on before Hudson crossed the plate. Chris Guccione says he did.
And then the Royals in the bottom of the 9th had Billy Butler at second base with nobody out. Gerard Dyson running for him, and then Dyson, who is almost doubled off on a line drive to center field from Betancourt, was then eventually picked off as he was thinking about trying to steal third. Hosmer into foul ground, one away in the 10th. You know, getting another look at that Orlando Hudson slide, that angle there made a little more sense. That yes, it was to the first base side of home plate, but Perez was basically coming back right toward home plate. So Hudson had to make a decision, it looked like, at the very last moment. So there really wasn't a wide open part of home plate, and he just figured the way to get around him. Because watch, see the way Perez swings around like that, he actually comes back to the outside part of the plate. So in the end, really, I have to say that was the best he could do with trying to avoid the tag.
I think the way Salvador Perez turned, it may have confused Hudson. He may have originally going to be going on that side, and then he tried to change gears there.
White Sox in the 9th inning, down by 1, had the bases loaded with nobody out. Broxton gave up a single, then he missed with 8 straight pitches. Back-to-back walks to Dunn and Konerko. Rios flied to shallow center. Then Pierzynski single. That scored Youkilis on the play. Francoeur gunning down Hudson, and then Viciedo grounded out to second. So it could have been a lot worse. That's not much consolation to Broxton or the fans here tonight.
Bases loaded, nobody out, get out with 1 run, regardless of the fact that it's a tie game. You got to be fairly satisfied with that.
Sure. Just got a piece of it. Beckham still alive at 0-2. Ned Yost has used 6 relievers: Herrera, Maharis, Crow, Holland, Broxton, and Coleman. One ball, 2 strikes.
Everybody wanting that pitch for a strike. I'm sure Lewis Coleman would love to have it himself. Looked like a good pitch.
Tim Collins all by himself out in the bullpen now. As far as relievers go, he does have Bill Duplessis, the bullpen coach, and Steve Foster, or the bullpen catcher, Bill Duplessis, and Steve Foster, the bullpen coach, to talk to. But the only reliever out in the bullpen is Coleman strikes out Beckham for the 2nd out of the 10th.
Nice work here. Lewis Coleman. Nice finish on that slider off the plate. With only Tim Collins remaining in the game, this could be Lewis Coleman for a few.
De Aza is 0 for 4. He did reach with a walk in the 2nd inning. Miss with the bunt. It's been a roller coaster game. The Royals were down by 3 before they even batted in the 1st, but they tied it in the 2nd, went ahead in the 4th, 5-3. White Sox got a 3-run home run in the 5th to lead 6-5. Royals got 2 in the 8th with 2 outs to take the lead 7-6, and then Chicago tied it in the 9th. And to add to the drama, the Royals had the winning run at second base with nobody out in the bottom of the 9th, but rookie left-hander Layson Septimo hung in there and was able to get out of it. Still 1-2 on De Aza. Royals in the bottom of the 10th have Francoeur, Perez, and Kane.
And of that bottom third, 5 of the 7 runs have been produced.
Bat fragments go flying. De Aza will need a new stick, and we're stuck on 1 ball, 2 strikes. Both teams now are without a big bat. Adam Dunn is out. Pinch runner coming on for him. In the top of the 9th, Billy Butler is out. Pinch runner coming on for him in the bottom of the 9th. Coleman strikes out 2 in a scoreless 10th. So it's Francoeur, Perez, and Kane coming up. Frank Gore has homered and has 2 hits. Salvador Perez a double and a run scored. And Lorenzo Cain has scored 3 times with a couple of hits. That's who's coming up in the bottom of the 10th inning. And the Royals will be seeing a pitcher they've never faced before. And that will be Jan Marinez, called up from AAA Charlotte. And he becomes the 5th White Sox reliever tonight.
Marinez did have a little opportunity pitch for the Marlins in 2010, pitching 4 games for them, but very new to the White Sox, making his White Sox debut as we speak.
There aren't many players in the game that can claim this, but Marinez technically was traded for a manager. He was part of the compensation package going from the Marlins to the White Sox when the White Sox last year agreed to release Ozzie Guillen from his contract and signed with the Marlins before the regular season was over so that the Marlins could make that announcement. I believe Randy Wynn, remember him, an outfielder?
Yes.
I believe he was part of the compensation of Lou Piniella going from the Mariners to the Rays. Remember that, when he wanted to be closer to home?
Right.
And I think it was Randy Wynn who went from Tampa Bay to Seattle. So it's happened before, but very rarely. On the ground to Beckham. 1 out in the bottom of the 10th. And he was really on a roll when he was called up. Marinez had 13 consecutive scoreless innings over 6 outings when he was called up from AAA Charlotte. Salvador Perez had a hustling double in the 2nd inning that turned into a run. 1 for 4 tonight. No balls and 1 strike.
Marinez has a good arm, nothing straight. He can't throw a straight ball. He's got a good sinker. See the slider and change up. Everything kind of bottoms out. So he's got really good. He's got a very live arm.
Oh, and 2. Big crowd tonight, and many have stayed. Of course, there's fireworks after the game. It's a Friday night coming up on 11 o'clock. 32,744 was the paid attendance. Fans have been filling up Kauffman Stadium and making a racket all week. Hoping that that will inspire the Royals to a victory tonight. The winning run is on with 1 out. And once again, Ned Yost is going to go to his bench for a little better speed, and it'll be Jason Bourgeois running for Perez. Cain tonight has singled, he has walked, he has doubled, he has driven in a run, he has scored 3 times, and he has thrown out a runner.
Very nice to see Lorenzo Cain with 3 runs on the board in his debut here in Kauffman Stadium.
Ball 1 in the dirt. Cain healthy enough to be called up for the minor leagues, but on a couple of occasions running the bases tonight, he does not appear to be pain-free.
Yeah, you can tell that he's got a little something still going on there. Got that limp working when he starts to decelerate.
Bourgeois not running, and Cain fouls it back. 1-2. 96 miles an hour from Kane. Nice grab in the upper deck. Fan in the first row making a barehanded play. Bourgeois hasn't even flinched over at first base. So not sure if the plan for him is to try and run here. Maybe still just gauging Mariñez. Royals don't know much about him. Not going, and Kane fouls it away again. 97 miles an hour.
A lot of base runners like Bourgeois, they would like to go on early in the count as opposed to later. So it seems like he's trying to gauge him, but I'm not so sure he's going to take a shot here with 2 strikes.
Bourgeois with the Royals has stolen 2, but he's been thrown out 3 times. With the Astros last year, Bourgeois stole 31 bases. He's going. Kane lines it. It's caught by Beckham. And if Bourgeois isn't running, there's nobody up the middle, but Beckham ran to the middle with the runner going, and Kane hit it right to him. Brought to you by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Jack Link's all summer long. Tied at 7 to the 11th inning. Brian Pena is now behind the plate as the Royals ran for Salvador Perez in the bottom of the 10th inning. Second inning for Lewis Coleman. They'll get the same hitters that rallied to tie the game in the 9th. Youkilis, and then the number 3 spot, which is now occupied by Orlando Hudson and Paul Konerko. Youkilis opened that inning with a single. Dunn walked. Hudson ran for him. Konerko walked. And the White Sox had the bases loaded, nobody out, but only got 1 out of that inning. But it was enough to send us into extra innings as Youkilis is out in front and pulls it foul. Seven pitchers for the Royals tonight in their first game after the All-Star break. Three and one on Youkilis. He's also walked twice tonight.
Normally you would think first game back after a 4-game All-Star break, you're in pretty good shape for pitching, but Bruce Chin not getting through 5 and using all the guys in the pen. It's going to be thin now.
3-2. Youkilis walks for a 3rd time. And now it's Orlando Hudson instead of Adam Dunn. Hudson started the year with San Diego and then was released. The White Sox completely overhauled, or the Padres rather completely overhauled the middle of their infield. Jason Bartlett going on the disabled list. Hosmer goes to second, and they get the force on Youkilis.
Youkilis going to argue that Alcides Escobar was not on second base when he caught the ball. Nice bunt by Hudson. Eric Hosmer didn't hesitate at all. He was going to second base. Nice play.
Well, his foot was off the bag after Youkilis slid into him, but it was clearly on the bag when the throw arrived. And that was not a sure play at second base. I mean, that was Hosmer forcing a play and getting the out at second. You pointed out that wasn't a bad bunt.
No, it was a good bunt.
Canerco's had a great career. He hit his 400th career home run earlier this season. And he's had quite a career against the Royals. 41 home runs, 136 RBIs against KC. And we were talking about how well he swung the bat in April and May and how much he's tailed off in June and July. He had a minor surgical procedure on his left wrist on June the 5th, which did not require him to go on the disabled list. But I would think, you know, if you had a job that didn't require you to use your hands and your wrists like swinging a bat would, maybe you could grind through that. But disabled list or not, I got to think that the procedure didn't take all the pain away.
Absolutely not.
And now down in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Ever dangerous against the Royals, that's for sure.
And routine into center field. Lorenzo Cain is there for the second out. And now Coleman will get Alex Rios. He homered in the first inning. The White Sox hit 2 home runs in the first. They have 3 tonight. The Royals have hit 2. And for Rios, that was his 13th. And it gives him exactly 50 RBIs. Coleman misses outside, ball 1. Oh, and 2. Hudson at one time was quite a stolen base threat, but this year he has 1. Spent a lot of time on the disabled list the past few years, and a lot of those injuries have been to his legs. Two and one. Two and two. Rios in the bottom of the 11. Sorry, Monty. We'll have the top of the order: Gordon, Escobar, and Hosmer.
Rios would like to have that pitch back. That ball kind of backed up from Coleman and kind of came out to the middle of the plate. Just spun itself up to the plate. Rios fouled it back instead of taking advantage of it.
Three balls, 2 strikes, and now Hudson will be running. And Rios into left field. Alex runs up. He makes the play. Now he'll run to the dugout and lead off the bottom of the 11th. Love to walk off tonight as we go to the bottom of the 11th. They have a couple of walk-offs this year. Here's the most recent one against the Milwaukee Brewers. And the Royals swept a 3-game series here at Kauffman Stadium. So there was the true walk-off when Mike Moustakas walked with the bases loaded to end the game. And then the Mike Moustakas base hit. It'll be Alex Gordon, Alcides Escobar, and Eric Hosmer in the bottom of the 11th inning. And the White Sox stay with Jan Marinez. He made his White Sox debut in the 10th. Royals got a 1-out single from Salvador Perez, and then Lorenzo Cain lined into a double play. Talk about tough luck double plays. That was it. Bourgeois was running. So Beckham, who was also going to the middle to receive a possible throw from Pierzynski, instead the line drive went right into Beckham's glove as he was running to second base. 1 ball and 1 strike on Alex.
It's almost like a perfect lead right over the bag.
If Ramirez is the cover man, you've got runners at first and third with 1 out. 2 balls and 1 strike on Alex. Broken bat. Base hit left field. 3 hits and a walk for Alex Gordon tonight, and now for the 3rd straight inning, the Royals have the winning run on.
That certainly died a hero. Great way to start off the bottom of the 11th here with Alex on first.
And now with Escobar, it becomes interesting. Now, a year ago, we knew exactly what he was going to do. He was going to lay down a bunt, but now he could swing away. He could sacrifice bunt. He could bunt for a base hit. The Royals could try a hit and run because of his ability to hit to the right side. And that puts the defense on its toes a bit. It was Escobar's 2-out, 2-run triple that put the Royals in front in the bottom of the 8th. The White Sox tied it in the 9th. He's going to bunt, and he gets it down. A good one. Mariñez throws to first. So Escobar's had a full night. He's driven in 3. He's walked. And now he's dropped down a sacrifice bunt.
I was just a little surprised that Ned Yost elected to bunt right there with Billy Butler out of the game. The situation now, you can essentially walk Eric Hosmer. You've got Gerard Dyson in Billy Butler's slot, so you're not going to have to face Billy.
And that's exactly what the White Sox are going to do. Well, any player should be motivated when they bat after the previous hitter is intentionally walked. Then you add the fact that we're in the bottom of the 11th inning and we're coming up on a 4-hour game. But Gerard Dyson has even extra incentive because he ran the Royals out of an inning after pinch running for Billy Butler in the 9th.
A little chance for redemption here.
And you wonder how many opportunities he's going to be getting like this in the coming weeks and months, with Lorenzo Cain up from the minor leagues and Will Myers knocking on the door in AAA. Mariñez is making his White Sox debut, and A.J. Pierzynski is going out to have a chat with them. And just to make sure they're on the same page, Pierzynski waved in Alexei Ramirez, the shortstop, who may have served as an interpreter.
I'm sure that's what it was. He wants to make sure that the signs that he puts down are exactly what they're expecting. With the man on second base, the catcher's going to mix up the signs a lot more than if nobody's on second base.
Paul Konerko is deep on the right side if Dyson's thinking about dragging one. He takes down and away ball 1. Konerko, good hands, but not a whole lot of range. It wouldn't even have to be a perfect bunt to the right side. Two balls and no strikes. And a little bit high, 3-0 with Betancourt on deck.
Situation like this, I wouldn't be surprised to see Gerard Dyson maybe take 2 pitches.
Three and one. Full count. And now Dyson is no longer in the good graces of home plate umpire Chris Guccione.
Certainly a borderline pitch here. I don't think you can help the pitcher in this situation.
Dyson and Guccione have a little chat. So Mariña is trying to come back from 3-0. Gordon at second, Hosmer at first, 1 out. And that is ball 4, and they're loaded up for Betancourt. And now Don Cooper, the White Sox pitching coach, is going to go up and chat with Mariñez. Tied at 7 going into the bottom of the 9th. The Royals had a runner at second with nobody out, but Layson Septimo got out of that inning, and a big out was the pickoff at Dyson at second. He was running for Butler. In the 10th inning, the Royals had the winning run at first with 1 out, and as Bourgeois was running, Kane lined into a double play. And now in the 11th inning, the winning run is at third with 1 out. The infield and the outfield comes in, and it's Mariñez and Betancourt. Uni is 1 for 5. Swinging at the first pitch, and he popped it up. I don't know. He just walked a guy. He's never seen this pitcher before.
Looked like a pretty good pitch to hit, too.
Yeah.
Uni throws his bat in frustration.
Hector Santiago will be the 7th White Sox pitcher tonight. He'll get Moustakas with the bases loaded, 2 down. Well, he showed you when this inning began, Mike Moustakas was part of a walk-off, literally taking ball 4 with the bases loaded earlier this year. He'll face Hector Santiago with the bases loaded and 2 down. And Santiago hasn't had great control this season. He has 15 walks in 30 innings.
Well, a walk could be exactly what the doctor ordered for Mike Moustakas here. Another walk-off RBI.
And he looks at a strike. He's faced Santiago twice and is 0 for 2. 1 for 5 tonight. And Moustakas hit his 16th home run back in the second inning. And now down, no balls, 2 strikes.
Santiago coming in very aggressive, just attacking the strike zone here on Moustakas.
Fouled away. Gordon opened the inning with a base hit to left. Escobar bunted him to second. Hosmer was intentionally walked. Dyson walked unintentionally. And then Betancourt, with the bases loaded 1 out, swung at the first pitch from Mariñez and popped to short. And Moustakas chasing a pitch up and away and got a piece of it. Still no balls and 2 strikes. In front of second base, tough play, and the inning is over. The slick fielding Alexei Ramirez sends this game to the 12th inning. Could rest all of their relievers because they are all needed tonight. Tim Collins is the 8th Royals pitcher, 7th out of the bullpen, and we're tied at 7 into the 12th. So Chen for 4 2/3, Herrera 1/3, Maharis 2/3, Crow 1 inning, Holland 1 inning, Broxton 1 inning, Coleman 2 innings. And now Collins with Pierzynski, Viciedo, and Ramirez coming up.
This may be one of those games where maybe Sunday starting pitcher like a Luis Mendoza may have to put on his spikes and make a trip down to the bullpen.
Pierzynski in the 9th inning batted with the bases loaded 1 out. He singled to right, scoring Youkilis to tie the game at 7. But on the same play, Orlando Hudson tried to score from second base. Jeff Francoeur threw him out, and then Viciedo grounded out. So yes, the White Sox tied the game in the 9th, but at one point they had the bases loaded with nobody out and got just the 1 run. And that's the last time anybody has crossed home plate. So the Royals have gone through all of their relievers, and if this game goes much deeper, it'll be Everett Tiford He was in the rotation who ran out to the bullpen in between innings, so this was not a day he expected to pitch. So going through some stretching exercises and I guess somehow trying to simulate his routine on a day that he would start.
He's definitely changing gears from what he was doing about 15 minutes ago.
Three and one on Pierzynski. 3-hit game for him with the RBI. Batting now at .291. Full count. He is 0 for 1 against Collins. And Collins comes back from 3-0 and strikes out, and Pierzynski starts barking at Chris Guccione on his way back to the dugout, and Guccione started to go right with him.
He didn't like that strike 2 call. Nice job of finishing off A.J. Pierzynski.
You know, Pierzynski has always been one of those love him or hate him guys, but you have to admire the fact that as long as he's been around and as many innings as he's caught, I mean, he just still lives and dies with every at bat, every inning, every game. He's got to be careful here because when the Royals come up in the bottom of the 12th inning, even though it's Chris Guccione's job to be a professional and not let Pierzynski's attitude affect him, he's going to want that call on his side when he's back at the plate.
No doubt about that.
Bruce Chen started tonight for the Royals, and he was in trouble early. He gave up 3 runs in the first, but then he settled down for 3 scoreless innings. The Royals came back and got the lead, and Bruce was 1 out away from qualifying for a win when Diane Viciedo, the batter now, hit a 3-run home run in the 5th. That knocked Bruce out of the game. Royals got 2 in the bottom of the 8th to regain the lead. 7-6. White Sox tied it in the 9th, and here we are in the 12th. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Tim Collins doing a nice job on mixing up the change up here against Viciedo.
And now Viciedo will walk with 1 out. And now the White Sox are going to go with another pinch runner. This will be Jordan Danks, who is the younger brother of White Sox pitcher John Danks, who is currently on the disabled list. And now Alexei Ramirez. Here we are in the 12th because of the play that he made on Mike Moustakas. Not the most difficult play he's made in his life, but a difficult play nonetheless. Throwing out Moustakas with the bases loaded, 2 down. Royals had the bases loaded with 1 out in the bottom of the 11th. But the White Sox got a pop out from Betancourt and the ground out from Moustakas. Danks has excellent speed, very good defensive outfielder. In the big leagues, he has only attempted 2 stolen bases. This is his 15th game. He has been successful once, and he has been thrown out once. Danks runs, and it's fouled away, and he had a pretty good jump. The Danks family is from Austin, Texas. And Jordan and John's father, John Sr., was a basketball player at the University of Texas. John Jr. was on his way to UT, but instead signed in the first round with the Rangers and then was traded to the White Sox. Jordan followed his father and went to Texas, and the White Sox took him in the 7th round of '08. In fact, the White Sox really wanted Jordan Danks. They drafted him out of high school in the 19th round and then went to UT, and they took him again in 2008. Very high to left field, playable for Alex Gordon. And there are 2 down in the 12th. Alexei Ramirez is 2 for 6. And now Gordon Beckham 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts, dropping his batting average down to .240.
Tim Collins, a little quick pitch there on Beckham to not allow Danks to get that walking lead that he got when he did try to steal second base.
Well, that'll make for some laughs at some point tonight or tomorrow. Gordon Beckham and Chris Getz are very close friends, going back to their time together with the White Sox, and that foul ball went whistling over into the Royals dugout and had Getz running for cover. Now timeout. In the dirt and past Pena and up the screen. So a wild pitch puts a go-ahead run at second base.
Tough pitch to do anything with for Brian Pena. Ball well into the third base batter's box and had a lot of movement. The breaking ball, more difficult to block a breaking ball because that sideways spin on it.
Two and two. And now he whistles one over to the White Sox dugout, and you got a piece of Brian Pena with his follow-through.
Beckham sending wake-up calls to both dugouts now. And one to Brian Pena on the backswing. Tim Collins cannot give in to Gordon Beckham here. He's got first base open. He's got a left-handed batter in the on-deck circle. He's got to throw a quality pitch.
And an awkward swing, but Beckham is still alive. The other way, slicing away from Francoeur, and that's a base hit. Dank scores, Beckham into second base, and Chicago takes the lead 8-7 in the 12th.
Got to see where those pitch finishes up, but my feeling is it gets up a little bit. Beckham able to just reach out, almost guide it down the right field line for a double.
And now Collins and De Aza. Well, there you go, a wild pitch helping to lead to a run. Now Danks, we mentioned, has very good speed, so he may have scored from first base. We'll never know, but with the wild pitch, it was an easy play for him to score from second. Now De Aza fouls it off of his foot. One and two. De Aza 0 for 5. Royals really think that De Aza is going to go the other way. They have left field and left center well guarded, but straightaway center field all the way over to the right field line is defended by Jeff Francoeur. And he is trying to go the other way. It's still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Full count. Kevin Youkilis on deck.
Don't want to go any further right here. Take care of your business. Challenge De Aza.
We'll do it again.
Tim Collins now thrown 31 pitches. So his pitch count is adding up. I think someone from the upper deck thought Eric Hosmer may need a baseball here in the top of the 12th inning.
And nothing says cool like throwing a ball back out onto the field. Boy, and an even more brilliant move, he had his foot on the railing. Piazza did not go. The Royals can't believe it. So you got kind of caught in between swinging and trying to get out of the way of a pitch up and in. And now it'll be Collins and Youkilis.
Certainly started the swing.
Now it's Collins' job to come into the game and get outs, throw strikes. That's what he's paid to do. But he has been sitting around for 11 innings. And I guess you can get up and play catch and stretch your legs and do whatever you can to, keep the blood flowing. But that's a long time. I mean, that's 4 hours of sitting in the bullpen after 4 days off.
And I believe he was warming up actually in the 8th inning. He was going to go in if it was maybe a tie game. We took the lead. So.
So now Collins, who grew up a huge Red Sox fan in Boston, facing Youkilis. And he'll fly to right field. Francoeur makes the play. The inning is over. That's the first run coming to the plate since the 9th. Royals down by 1. Francoeur, Pena, and Kane coming up. John's younger brother stays in the game in left field. And Addison Reed, the White Sox only remaining reliever, is on for the save. The White Sox in front in the bottom of the 12th.
Addison Reed's done a nice job for the White Sox as their closer. Has the ability to get up in the mid to upper 90s. He's got a good slider and throw a changeup as well. So Royals actually got to him in a non-save situation in Chicago, but in save situations he's pitched very well.
So Jeff Francoeur, Brian Pena, and Lorenzo Cain coming up. And a fastball for a strike. So we'll see if Reed has any of the issues that Tim Collins did in the top of the 12th after sitting around for over 4 hours. One and one.
In that game earlier in the year against the Royals, they gave up 6 runs in 1/3 of an inning.
Two balls and one strike. And now 2-2 on Francoeur. Began the second half with a line out to deep center field in the second, and then homered in the fourth, single to right in the fifth. Three and two. Belted left center field. Long run for Danks. Over his glove. Danks slams into the wall and goes down, and the tying run is at second base with nobody out. You could hear that. You could almost feel it all the way up here in the booth.
Danks says he's okay. Jeff Francoeur likes what he sees here. Danks does a header right into the screen.
So back come the Royals. Tying run in scoring position. The Royals had the winning run on in the ninth. In fact, they had the winning run at second base with nobody out in the ninth. They had the winning run at first with one out in the 10th. And they had the bases loaded with one out in the 11th and came up empty in all three of those innings. Ryan Pena lines it to right, caught by Rios. We're getting pretty good swings again against Addison Reed tonight.
Absolutely. Ryan Pena hit the ball too well.
And it brings up Lorenzo Cain. 3 runs scored in his first game back from the disabled list since very early in April. Last game for Lorenzo Cain was the Royals' 5th game of the year. He's been on the DL since April 12th. Down and away for ball one. And then Cain lined into a double play that put an end to the bottom of the 10th inning. And a bad luck play for him with the runner going from first and the cover man running to the middle catching his line drive. Otherwise that would have been a base hit to center field. 1-1. Addison Reed out of San Diego State, where he played with Steven Strasburg and he played for Hall of Famer Tony Gwynn. He was the 2009 National Stopper of the Year, 20 for 20 in save situations for San Diego State in 2009. Didn't mean to do it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Last year, Addison Reed began the year in low A ball and finished the year in the big leagues.
Reed has great stuff, really good makeup. As you mentioned, he was a closer in college, so he's been experienced in this role.
Cain stays alive. That's kind of a new phenomenon, and the farthest I can go back, I'm thinking about maybe Houston Street at the University of Texas was a closer. That's how the A's drafted him. That's how they brought him up. But before then, it was all guys who were starters in the minor leagues.
There's one pitcher that played briefly with the Royals prior to his injury, Jamie Bluma.
Jamie Bluma was another one.
He was a closer at Wichita State.
So I guess you can go even farther back than Houston Street. But it really hasn't been that long at least compared to the major leagues, that the college game has had a true closer.
Exactly.
Which is following the model of the major leagues. Jeff Francoeur opened the inning with a double. Royals down by 1 in the 12th, and then Brian Pena in his first at bat lined out to right. Up the middle, into center field. Francoeur will be held. The outfield was very shallow, and now Kane went way around first base, but there was nobody covering. Kane was convinced that the throw was going to go all the way to the plate. And Eddie Rodriguez holding Francoeur as the outfield was very shallow.
Right, a lot of times in a situation like this, when there's a ball hit into the outfield, first base coach Doug Sisson may go ahead and send the base runner and trade it out for a run. Go and tie up that ball game.
You know, and I don't know with where that ball was cut off, as deep as it was. I mean, that wasn't cut off by Konerko, the first baseman. That was cut off by a middle infielder. And I don't know if the White Sox just assumed that Francoeur was going to score, and then they turned their attention to Lorenzo Cain. But a throw from center field that was cut off before it reached second base. And now a strike on Alex Gordon. I mean, look at where this ball was cut off. And Alexei Ramirez, he didn't even look to home plate. He just immediately turned his attention to Lorenzo Cain. Oh, 0-2 to Alex. A 3-hit game so far, as well as a walk. So he's been on base 4 times. You know, many times on a play like that as well, you take the gamble that even if the runner is thrown out at home plate, the batter runner goes to second base. So if you make an out, you still have a runner in scoring position.
Right.
Cain runs. Alex hits it over the mound. A run will score to tie the game, and Alex is out at first. Tied at 8 in the bottom of the 12th.
Alex in a protect mode here, hits a high chopper. Beckham comes in bare hands and really makes a nice play.
So again, the winning run is aboard. And it's Alcides Escobar, who had a huge hit for the Royals with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th to put the Royals ahead. Big swing, and he fouled it away.
There's Alcides Escobar early, going to go the other way with the triple. Drives in 2 runs, the go-ahead runs. A little excitement there.
Down to the count, no balls, 2 strikes. So 2 for 4 tonight. He's also chipped in with a sacrifice bunt. He has faced Reed once, and he walked. Ground ball to third. Youkilis will play it to first. It's an all-nighter. Tied at 8 to the 13th. Well, it wasn't the hardest hit ball for Alex Gordon tonight, but able to put the ball in play with 2 strikes. And with a ground out, driving in Francoeur from third, and the Royals match the White Sox with a run in the bottom of the 12th. And now the Royals turn to a starter, and it will be Everett Teaford in the 13th.
Everett Teaford was slated to pitch on Tuesday, I believe, against the Mariners, but it'll be interesting now. Could end up being like a side session for him. Love to have a surprise victory in your record after starting the game, watching the game in the dugout. Now coming in here and pitching in the 13th inning, maybe get a win.
He is the 9th Royals pitcher, and that is a new team record. The Royals used 8 pitchers back in September of 1975. Orlando Hudson with a base hit into right field. So he's 1 for 2. He came on as a pinch runner in the 9th. September 7th, 1975. According to the Royals record book, they used 8 pitchers. And now tonight they have used 9. Chen, Herrera, Maharis, Crow, Holland, Broxton, Coleman, Collins, Teaford. Ball 1 to Konerko. Well, for the Royals, they know that Teaford has pitched in a variety of roles. So you're not talking about a lifelong starter here where this is completely foreign to him. Knows how to get ready for a game with short notice, as opposed to knowing all day he's going to start and has all the time he needs to get ready physically and mentally. One and 2 on Konerko. Two balls, 2 strikes. A long time ago, the White Sox scored 3 runs in the first inning. Royals tied it with 3 in the second. They went ahead with 2 in the fourth. Chicago regained the lead with 3 in the fifth. Royals, with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th, scored 2 on a triple from Escobar. They led going into the 9th. White Sox tied it in the 9th at 7. Konerko is the first out of the 13th. And then Chicago got 1 in the 12th. The Royals got 1 in the 12th.
This little breaking ball to finish off Paul Konerko here from Everett Teaford.
Strike to Rios. Rios was working on a cycle in his first 2 at-bats with a home run in the first inning, a double in the third, but now he's flied out in 4 straight at-bats. 0-2.
Right, I'm amazed at how many fans have stuck around this long of a game, but the lure of fireworks, I guess, will do it every time.
Well, Sure hope they're going to shoot off the fireworks. There isn't any type of noise ordinance, is there? I mean, it's Friday night.
Could be curfew.
One ball, two strikes. The paid attendance tonight, 32,744. Coming up on a 5-hour game. Rios strikes out. 2 down in the 13th.
See Everett Tiefert here throws another breaking ball. Finishing off the righties with the breaking ball, both Konerko and now Rios.
A.J. Pierzynski, deep right field, long run Francoeur, it's over his head and over the wall for a double.
That was a big break for the Royals right there.
Huge. A.J. Pierzynski is a little mixed up with the rules there. He thinks that Hudson should be able to score because he reached second base when the ball went over, but it's where the runner was when the pitch was thrown. So I understand what he's saying, but that's just not the rule.
He was certainly past second base when the ball went over. Remember last year in the walk-off game when Aaron Crow was pitching, remember A.J. Pierzynski was trying to get a little thing going. He's that kind of player.
And now our first look at Jordan Danks as a hitter. He came on as a pinch runner in the 12th, and he scored the go-ahead run, and then the Royals tied it in the bottom of the 12th. His older brother John has been on the disabled list since the end of May with a left shoulder problem. And Jordan has been called up since, so they haven't played in a regular season game together. They have played in spring training games together. That makes travel a little easier on the parents, getting a chance to catch up with both kids in one location.
Plan your summer accordingly. I believe John Danks going on the disabled list opened up the slot for tonight's starting pitcher for the White Sox, Jose Quintana.
To center field, Lorenzo Cain is there. To the bottom of the 13th, tied at 8. received a huge break in the top of the 13th. A.J. Pierzynski batting, and with 2 outs, driving one into right field. And the runner at first, Orlando Hudson, going on contact with 2 outs. He scores easily if the ball doesn't bounce over the wall. Well, that's what it did, and by rule, Hudson had to stop at third. Pierzynski at second with a double. And so here we go to the bottom of the 13th, and Dylan Axelrod becomes the 9th White Sox pitcher, matching the Royals with 9 pitchers. And for the Royals, that is a team record.
You've got to be setting some kind of American League records here with all the pitchers we're running out there tonight. Axelrod is not an overpowering type pitcher. He's going to top out probably in the upper 80s, occasionally hit 90.
Eric Hosmer's parents hanging in there with us until the 13th, and Eric is out on a foul out to third. So he's 0 for 6 tonight. It is 12:02. So it is officially tomorrow. Tyson fouls it away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Trying to bunt. White Sox think maybe it hit him outside of the batter's box. It did not. I'm flipping through the White Sox media guide here, trying to see what their record is for most pitchers used in a single game. Having a tough time finding that category. Dyson's on, so this is the 5th consecutive inning that the Royals have had the winning run on. Dyson walks for a 2nd straight plate appearance. Benny Matthews and Steve Physiak grinding through it with us. Denny always a big fan of the 5-hour game.
He loves it.
Although he was not on the last road trip, the 10-game road trip plus the 4-day All-Star break. That's 2 weeks off. Very close at first base. Betancourt in the 11th inning batted with the bases loaded, 1 out, and he popped a short against Jan Marinez. And the White Sox were able to shake off that inning. In the 12th, both teams scored. And now here in the 13th, winning run at first, 1 out. Here in Kansas City, of course, we have the independent Kansas City T-Bones, which is made up of a lot of players who were once in professional organizations, were released, just trying to hang on and get noticed again. And that is a similar path that Dylan Axelrod took. And he was once a big prospect with the Padres, a 3rd-round pick, but released in '09 and Played in the Independent Frontier League, where he was discovered by Chicago. Signed in '09, and here he is in the big leagues, hanging on to the dream. Not running, and it's low. 2 balls and 1 strike on Betancourt.
His independent league team was the Windy City Thunderbolts.
Sure.
Is that a Chicago team?
I think so.
Sounds like it.
Which would explain why the White Sox discovered him. Two balls and 2 strikes on Betancourt. What the hitters have to guard against this late in the game, I mean, even though they had 4 days off, you can only keep your best concentration for a certain amount of time. And games like this will tend to drag because every hitter is going to the plate trying to hit a home run and just end the game. And the swings begin to get long. And instead of doing something positive in an attempt to win the game, oftentimes the exact opposite happens. Something, in my opinion, about getting past the 10th inning. There's still a lot of emotion in the game when you go into extra innings. All right. And so many extra inning games are decided in the 10th. But once you get past that, there's just a natural lull. And then these situations come up where hitters say, okay, I'm going to be the guy. And everyone begins to overswing as opposed to just staying with the same approach as if they were coming up in the 4th inning.
Most hitters get tired. This now for Yuniesky Betancourt, for example, 7th plate appearance of the evening.
He strikes out, 2 down. And now Axelrod will get Mike Moustakas. And Moustakas, about 4.5 hours ago, hit his 16th home run of the year. An impressive home run against lefty starter Jose Quintana.
Yeah, he got a bat head out in a hurry. Sending that deep, not in the fountain, just right of the fountains.
And there's a big swing by Moustakas, 0-1. Thing about Dyson at first, I mean, you don't have to hit it over the wall. I mean, if you can get one up the line or to a gap, Dyson's going to give you a shot.
Got to make sure you don't hit a ground rule double.
Dyson takes off. White Sox pitch out, and it wasn't a great pitch out as Pierzynski had to reach to his left. Dyson swipes second, and the winning run is in scoring position. Royals' first stolen base of the night, and it comes in the 13th inning.
Didn't have a big lead, didn't get what looked like a great jump, and on a pitch out, AT KCA unable to handle the ball cleanly, give himself a chance.
And once again, the outfield is shallow. Now, this is a guy who has 16 home runs and 21 doubles. Line foul off to the right field side.
Be very surprised if Mike Moustakas gets a fastball to hit in this situation. Right-hander Jeff Francoeur on deck. First base open.
In the dirt. And we go to the 14th. 5 straight innings the Royals had the winning run on. Tied at 8 at the end of 13. Eight tie. This is game 1 of 3 with the Royals and the White Sox, and game 1 of a 10-game homestand for the Royals. In fact, the Royals will be playing in 16 straight days to begin the second half. 10 in a row at home, and then 3 at the Angels, make that 17 in a row, and 4 at the Mariners before their next off day. Everett Teaford took over in the 13th. He was scheduled to start coming up in the Seattle series on Tuesday. The Royals using a team record 9 pitchers tonight. It'll be Ramirez, the number 8 hitter, followed by Beckham and then De Aza. On the ground to Moustakas. 1 down in the 14th. And Alexei Ramirez is 2 out of 7.
Ryan, not sure about your lineup, Carl, but I'm going to have to frame mine. I've never had one that's had this many pitchers on it or this many plate appearances.
Well, Gordon Beckham in the 12th put the White Sox ahead. They probably figured this game was over. They had their closer coming on in the bottom of the 12th. He doubled with 2 outs against Tim Collins, scoring Jordan Danks. But the Royals rallied in the bottom of the 12th inning. Alex Gordon's ground out scored Jeff Francoeur from third. That is Beckham's only hit tonight, 1 for 5 with a walk. In case you're wondering, the Royals' longest game as far as innings go is 18. And they've done that twice, both times here at Kauffman Stadium, once against the Rangers in '72, and the second time against the Rangers, and that was in 1991.
I remember that game well.
Now, they didn't go that long because of a blown save, did they?
No, it was extra innings. We never had a lead. I think I pitched maybe 3 or 4 innings. An unusual pitcher got the win in that game named Mike Boddicker. I believe he was going to be a starting pitcher like in the next day's game, and he goes down to the bullpen and comes in the game, and we end up scoring a run to win the game. And we scored on a weird play. Kenny Rogers was in, and Kevin Seitzer was part of it. Kurt Stillwell, there was a bunt play that was messed up and ended up leading to the winning run.
And that was a 6-hour, 28-minute game.
And it started as a day game, ended as a night game.
wait a minute. Was that the Nolan Ryan Brett Saberhagen game?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Our late friend and colleague Paul Splittorff used to love to tell that story, that it was a pitching matchup that everybody was talking about, and he came out to the game, and Saberhagen and Nolan Ryan really gave the fans what they were hoping for. And I think Split said he left after about 8 or 9 innings, drove home, cut the grass, took a short nap, or maybe it was a long nap, I don't know. Woke up, turned on the radio, and the game was still going.
So he said he'd come back and watch the rest of it.
Right now we're at 5 hours and 7 minutes. Beckham runs, and that is a fair ball up the left field line. Alex is right there, and that will hold De Aza to a single. So a go-ahead run at third base for Chicago, but the double play is in order for the Royals. And De Aza, that is his 8th plate appearance tonight and his first hit.
First hit at a big time. Go ahead run now standing on third base with only 1 out.
This will be the first time that Kevin Youkilis has dug in against Everett Tieford. Youkilis been on base 4 times with 3 walks and a single. He has scored twice. Down and in for ball 1. Royals had a 7-6 lead going into the 9th inning when Youkilis singled. Dunn walked. Konerko walked. Bases loaded, nobody out. With 1 out, Pierzynski singled in Youkilis to tie the game. And both teams scored in the 12th, and now here we are in the 14th. 1-1 to Youkilis. One and two. Youkilis with that very unique batting stance where he hangs the bat over his helmet, points the barrel toward the pitcher, and is barely hanging on with his top hand, and then that slides down to his bottom hand. I asked him a couple of years ago if that was a result of trying to get rid of some sort of a bad habit or focus on one hand or the other, and he said nope. So apparently he just came up with that for no apparent reason, but it's worked for him.
I just wonder if he was taught to hit like that. I don't remember a conversion at any point in his career.
I mean, most of the holding of the bat is with his lower hand, and the top hand is just barely hanging on, and then it slides down. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He has a whole lot going on, a lot of activity, a lot of movement, but he does get in that hitting position just prior to the pitch being delivered.
And obviously he's trying with his high hands. He's trying to focus on getting on top of the ball, because even in his practice swings in between pitches, he really focuses on that. Now watch him, how he'll swing here, really emphasizing swinging down and getting on top of the ball. I mean, if he took this swing in an at bat, he would just hit it right off the top of the plate. Well, of course, he doesn't take a swing here. Just hanging on with his index finger and his thumb with the barrel of the bat pointed to center field. Now we'll see if he takes a practice swing.
Very unusual.
And who knows, maybe at some point in his career he had a problem with an uppercut, and that was his way of correcting it. A little bit high. Now let's watch the swing. See, straight down.
Everett Teaford thought maybe was going to get a call from home plate umpire Chris Guccione. Didn't get it there. Runs the count to 3-2.
De Aza runs, and it's pulled foul again. So for a guy who's never faced Everett Teaford, he's getting a long look at him here. See, look at this, just that real emphasis of just coming straight down on the ball.
See where Teaford's worked him. It's almost up and away, down and in.
Closer, or his feet are very close together. Kind of bouncing up and down as he's waiting for the pitch to come in. As you said, there's a lot going on. Now Brian Pena just wants to make sure everybody's on the same page if De Aza takes off and where he's going to throw the ball. In case the White Sox try a double steal. De Aza runs, and Youkilis fouls it away again. De Aza runs. Another foul ball. Now here's a guy who's been playing over 5 hours tonight. He's been standing around in center field. He has come to the plate 8 times, and now he's getting his wind sprints in. Now the Royals are going to adjust in the middle of this plate appearance. They're going to bring the infield in. Another foul ball. And De Aza has a look on his face after every sprint, like a kid in high school is being punished and the coach just makes him run another wind sprint, run another one, another one.
Well, Teaford's thrown 13 pitches to Youkilis already, so there's number 14.
And that'll be deep enough to score a run. Kane is back. Beckham comes down from third, and Chicago leads 9-8 in the 14th inning. And Kevin Youkilis now has an 8-game RBI streak with the Chicago White Sox, and he certainly earned that. That was a 14-pitch plate appearance. And even though they never actually do it, that's one of those situations where Everett Teaford might say sometimes you just need to tip your cap to the opponent.
Yeah, he put together a really nice at bat. Had a feeling in that situation he was going to foul off pitches till he had something he could put a good swing on, and we saw that with the deep fly ball to center field.
Royals pitch out. Piazza not running. I would be shocked if he was. He might run out of gas and end up with a face full of dirt halfway in between first and second base. Getting an announcement from Dave Holtzman of the Royals PR staff, and while the Royals set a team record tonight using 9 pitchers in one game, this is nothing new for Chicago. It's the second time this year the White Sox have faced a team that has used 9 pitchers. I believe he said Seattle in June used 9 pitchers against the White Sox. And the White Sox as well tonight have used 9 pitchers. One hop to Moustakas. He'll go the short way, and that's the inning. White Sox get a run. It'll be Francoeur, Pena, and Kane in the bottom of the 14th. Kauffman Stadium, and how many people are still here as we are moving up on a 5.5-hour game. That is a Friday night. It is during the summer, and there are fireworks after the game, but coming up on 12:30, and we go to the bottom of the 14th inning. The Royals would certainly like to reward the fans for hanging around for so long. They've been cheering baseball all week and trying to cheer the Royals to a victory tonight. The Royals have had the winning run on base in each of the last 5 innings. This is Dylan Axelrod in his second inning. Gave up a 1-out walk in the third. Gerard Dyson stole second. So the Royals had the winning run at second base with 1 out, but Axelrod struck out Betancourt and Moustakas. And now it's Francoeur, who doubled and scored in the 12th. Followed by Brian Pena and Lorenzo Cain. Off the end of the bat, and Axelrod to Konerko for the out. White Sox in first place by 3 games coming into tonight. Third place Detroit has won, so the Tigers are 3 games above 500. Cleveland won. Second place Indians 1-0 over Toronto. So Chicago hoping to win to hang on to that 3-game lead. They've been an excellent team this year on the road. 23-16, which is the 3rd best in the major leagues. And that's going to come in handy for them. This is the beginning of a 10-game road trip. And they're going to begin the second half with 16 out of their first 19 games on the road. 2-1 on Brian Pena. Two and 2 on Pena.
Like Brian Pena was trying to put one in the fountains.
Brian took a nice easy swing last time up and lined out to right field. And he grounds it to the right side. Konerko, good play. Axelrod, good play. 2 down. And Konerko at his age takes him a little while to slow down. He got all the way into shallow center field before he came to a complete stop.
It just shows a one hopper over, but Axelrod, a la Eric Hosmer, with the pick.
And here's Lorenzo Cain, and what a return for him. 3 hits and a walk, 3 runs scored, and an RBI. So his batting average with the Royals goes from 133 to 250. Later today, it'll be Luke Hochevar against Jake Peavy.
Seems like we had the same situation against the White Sox last year. We had a doubleheader that went really late one night, and we had an extra inning game late the night before, and then a doubleheader the next day.
That was the game when part of the lights went out. And Joe West stopped the game, and we sat around for 15 minutes until he discovered what we all knew: they could still play even though some of the lights were out. 2 and 2 on Cain. Yeah, the Royals played, was it like 3 games in 12 hours or 15 hours or something like that? Cain strikes out, and this marathon comes to an end. The Chicago White Sox, in a back and forth game, win 9-8. We'll be right back.